Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The autumn fog of 1929 settled over Bloomsbury like a familiar friend returning after a long journey, curling around the gas lamps with the patience of someone who had nowhere else to be. The yellow glow from the streetlights caught the mist and held it, creating soft halos that seemed to whisper secrets to anyone willing to listen. On Grosvenor Square, where the Georgian townhouses stood shoulder to shoulder like well-dressed gentlemen at a club, the evening air carried the mingled scents of coal smoke, damp leaves, and the faint sweetness of someone's late supper drifting from a kitchen window. It was precisely 7 o'clock when the hansom cab drew to a stop outside number 43, its wheels scraping against the wet cobblestones with a sound like silk being torn slowly, deliberately. The horse snorted once, a gentle puff of steam rising from its nostrils, and shook its mane as if commenting on the weather's melancholy mood. From within the cab emerged a woman whose presence seemed to change the very quality of the lamplight around her. Madame Zelda, as she had taken to calling herself these past 3 months, stepped onto the pavement with the careful grace of someone accustomed to making entrances. Her midnight blue travelling cloak swept around her ankles, heavy with embroidered silver stars that caught the gaslight and threw it back in tiny dancing points. Beneath a wide-brimmed hat that cast mysterious shadows across her features, her eyes held the sort of knowing look that made strangers wonder what she might see when she looked at them. She was not, truth be told, actually from the exotic lands her carefully cultivated accent suggested. Born Margaret Ashworth in a perfectly respectable cottage in Devonshire, she had spent the better part of her 32 years discovering that the world held more magic for a mysterious foreign fortune-teller than it ever had for a vicar's daughter with a talent for amateur theatricals. The transformation had been gradual, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, and far more intentional. The cabbie, a weathered man whose moustache drooped with the weight of London's perpetual dampness, climbed down from his perch and began unloading her belongings. There was a trunk bound in brass and leather that had seen better decades, a collection of carpet bags and jewel tones that whispered of distant markets, and most notably, a small ebony box that Madame Zelda kept always within arm's reach. She handled this particular item herself, cradling it as if it contained something far more precious than the world might guess. "That'll be 5 shillings, ma'am," the cabbie said, touching his cap with the sort of respect London cabbies reserved for ladies who looked like they might tip well. His breath formed small clouds in the evening air as he spoke, and somewhere in the distance a church bell began its measured tolling of the hour. Madame Zelda pressed the coins into his palm along with an extra 6pence that made his weathered face crease into something approaching a smile. "Thank you, my good man. Tell me, do you feel the change in the air tonight? There's something shifting." The cabbie glanced around the quiet square where the only movement was the gentle swaying of bare tree branches and the occasional flutter of a curtain in a lighted window. "Just the autumn fog, I'd say, ma'am. Comes every year about this time, reliable as the sunrise." She tilted her head slightly, as if listening to sounds beyond the range of ordinary hearing. "Yes, but this fog carries more than moisture, doesn't it? It carries possibilities." Before the cabbie could formulate a response to this peculiar observation, the front door of number 43 swung open, releasing a wedge of warm yellow light that pushed back the evening's shadows. Mrs. Pemberton, the landlady, stood framed in the doorway like a portrait of domestic competence. She was a woman of perhaps 55 years, with iron-grey hair pulled back in a sensible bun, and the sort of no-nonsense expression that suggested she had dealt with quite enough nonsense for one lifetime. "Thank you very much, Madame Zelda." I presume Mrs. Pemberton's voice carried the crisp authority of someone accustomed to running a respectable establishment. She stepped aside to allow her new tenant entry, her keen eyes taking note of the exotic travelling ensemble and the careful way the woman held that small ebony box. Indeed, Mrs. Pemberton, how perceptive of you. Madame Zelda's voice held traces of an accent that might have been European, though which part of Europe remained charmingly ambiguous. I do hope the rooms are as charming as your correspondence suggested. The hansom cab rattled away into the fog, its wheels fading to a distant whisper, leaving the two women to regard each other in the pool of light from the doorway. Mrs. Pemberton, despite her practical nature, found herself oddly curious about this new tenant who had responded to her advertisement for rooms, suitable for a lady of independent means, with references from places she couldn't quite locate on any map she'd consulted. Come in! Come in! No sense standing about in this damp. Mrs. Pemberton gestured toward the interior, where the warm scent of beeswax polish and tonight's roast beef created an atmosphere of solid English comfort. I've had the fires lit in both rooms, and Mrs. Hartwell from next door sent over a pot of her famous beef broth. Said she thought you might appreciate something warm after your journey. The interior of number 43 embraced them with the sort of cosy warmth that made the foggy evening outside seem like a different world entirely. The entrance hall, though modest, gleamed with the attention of someone who took pride in maintaining standards. A Persian runner in a deep burgundy stretched along the polished wooden floor, and gas fixtures with frosted glass shades cast a gentle light that made even the most ordinary furniture seem somehow more welcoming. Mrs. Pemberton led the way up a narrow staircase, her sensible shoes creating a steady rhythm on the carpeted steps. The front room serves as your sitting area, and I've arranged it so you might receive clients, if that's what you choose to call them. The rear room is for your private use, bedroom, dressing area, and a small writing desk by the window that catches the morning light beautifully. As they reached the first landing, Madame Zelda paused to admire a watercolour landscape that hung in a simple frame. How lovely! Is this the countryside near London? That's the view from my sister's cottage in Kent. She painted it herself, has quite the artistic eye, though she'd never make any grand claims about it. Mrs. Pemberton's voice softened slightly, revealing a glimpse of the sentiment beneath her practical exterior. I thought it might make the hallway feel less institutional. The front room that would serve as Madame Zelda's professional space was larger than she had dared hope. 2 tall windows faced the square, their heavy curtains drawn back to reveal the gaslight-softened street below. A circular table sat precisely in the centre of the room, surrounded by chairs with worn velvet upholstery that suggested comfort rather than grandeur. Against one wall stood a bookshelf that would soon house her collection of texts on palmistry, crystal reading, and the interpretation of dreams. The previous tenant was a gentleman who gave piano lessons, Mrs. Pemberton explained, noting how Madame Zelda's gaze lingered on the empty corner where an upright piano had once stood. Lovely man, but his students had an unfortunate tendency to arrive at all hours. I do hope your consultations will maintain more civilized schedules. Madame Zelda set her ebony box on the circular table with the reverence of someone placing a sacred object on an altar. I prefer to work in the evenings, Mrs. Pemberton. There's something about the darkness that makes people more receptive to what the cards might reveal, but I assure you my clients are quite respectable. Ladies of society mostly, seeking guidance about matters of the heart or glimpses into their futures. Mrs. Pemberton nodded approvingly. The idea of ladies of society was precisely what she had hoped to hear. Well then, that sounds perfectly acceptable. I do ask that you keep the front curtains drawn during your sessions. The neighbours have become rather curious about what sort of tenant might be moving into Mr. Weatherby's old rooms. As if summoned by the mention of curious neighbours, a gentle knock sounded at the front door below. Mrs. Pemberton excused herself and descended the stairs, leaving Madame Zelda alone with her thoughts and the mysterious ebony box that seemed to pulse with its own quiet energy. She lifted the lid with fingers that trembled slightly, revealing the source of both her livelihood and her growing unease. Nestled in midnight blue velvet lay a deck of tarot cards, unlike any she had encountered in her years of study. Each card was bordered in a deep crimson that seemed to shift and shimmer in the lamplight as if the colour itself were alive. The backs bore an intricate pattern of silver moons and stars that appeared to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. The deck had come to her 3 months ago, under circumstances she preferred not to examine too closely. An elderly woman in Brighton, dying alone in a seaside boarding house, had pressed it into Margaret's hands with a warning that still echoed in her dreams. They show the truth, dear girl, but the truth has a way of making itself real. Use them wisely, or don't use them at all. Margaret, now Madame Zelda, had dismissed the woman's words as the ramblings of an elderly mind slipping toward its final rest. But as she had worked with the cards over the following weeks, learning their peculiar language and discovering their unsettling accuracy, she had begun to understand what the old woman had tried to tell her. The cards didn't simply predict the future, they seemed to participate in creating it. She lifted the top card, the Fool, and studied its surface in the gaslight. The traditional figure stood at the edge of a cliff, but in this deck, something about his expression suggested he knew exactly what lay below. The crimson border seemed to pulse with a warmth that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "Madame Zelda?" Mrs. Pemberton's voice drifted up from the ground floor. "Mrs. Hartwell from next door has brought that soup I mentioned. Shall I bring it up, or would you prefer to come down and meet her properly?" The question drew Madame Zelda back from her contemplation of the cards. She closed the box gently, as if putting a sleeping creature back to bed, and moved toward the staircase. Meeting the neighbours was after all an essential part of establishing herself in this new life. Mrs. Hartwell proved to be a plump, cheerful woman of middle years, whose grey hair escaped from her bun in wispy tendrils that gave her a slightly ethereal appearance. She clutched a covered pot that emitted the rich, comforting aroma of beef and vegetables, and her eyes bright with the sort of curiosity that comes from a life lived in close proximity to one's neighbours. "Oh, my dear!" Mrs. Hartwell exclaimed upon seeing Madame Zelda descend the stairs. "How exotic you look! Mrs. Pemberton tells me you're what do they call it? A fortune-teller. How perfectly thrilling!" Madame Zelda accepted the offered soup pot with a gracious smile. "I prefer to think of myself as a consultant in matters of fate and possibility, Mrs. Hartwell. The cards simply help me see what might already be written in the stars." "Written in the stars," Mrs. Hartwell repeated, her voice filled with wonder. "Oh, how romantic! I don't suppose. That is, if you're not too tired from your journey. Might you consider doing a reading for me? Nothing elaborate, of course. I'm simply curious about whether my Herbert will ever remember to put his boots on the mat instead of tracking mud through my clean kitchen." The request was so charmingly domestic that Madame Zelda found herself laughing, a genuine sound that seemed to surprise her as much as it did her new neighbours. "Perhaps tomorrow evening, Mrs. Hartwell. I need time to settle in and prepare the cards properly." This last comment was more truth than politeness would typically require. The crimson-bordered deck had made it abundantly clear over the past months that it preferred ceremony, preparation, and above all, respect. Casual readings seemed to irritate it, resulting in cards that stuck together stubbornly or fell from her hands at precisely the wrong moments. After Mrs. Hartwell had departed with promises to tell everyone about our fascinating new neighbour, Mrs. Pemberton showed Madame Zelda to the rear room that would serve as her private quarters. Here, a coal fire burned cheerfully in a small grate, casting dancing shadows on walls papered in a pattern of tiny roses that someone had chosen with care decades earlier. A narrow bed with a brass headboard stood against one wall, made up with crisp white linens and a quilt in shades of blue and cream. Near the window, a small writing desk held an oil lamp and a leather-bound blotter, while a washstand in the corner supported a pitcher and basin decorated with hand-painted violets. "It's perfect," Madame Zelda said, and meant it. After months of staying in boarding houses and rented rooms that smelled of other people's lives, this space felt like sanctuary. Absolutely perfect. Mrs. Pemberton's stern expression softened into something approaching maternal satisfaction. "I'm glad it meets with your approval. Breakfast is available from 7 to 9, though I suspect someone in your profession might prefer to sleep rather later than most. There's a tea service on the landing if you need something in the afternoon, and I do ask that you give me notice if you plan to entertain professional visitors past 10 o'clock. After Mrs. Pemberton had departed, leaving Madame Zelda alone with the whisper of coal settling in the grate and the distant sounds of London preparing for night, she unpacked her belongings with the methodical care of someone establishing not just a new residence, but a new identity. Her few books found homes on the small shelf beside the writing desk, the Pictorial Key to the Tarot by A.E. Waite, a collection of Celtic folklore, and several volumes on the interpretation of dreams that she had accumulated during her transformation from Margaret to Madame Zelda. Her clothes, exotic travelling costume giving way to more practical garments, filled the small wardrobe that stood between the window and the washstand. But it was the ebony box that claimed the place of honour, settling onto the circular table in the front room like a cat choosing its favourite spot for an afternoon nap. Even closed, it seemed to emanate a presence that made the air around it feel somehow thicker, more significant. As the evening deepened and the fog outside grew more substantial, pressing against the windows like curious spirits seeking entry, Madame Zelda found herself drawn repeatedly to that front room and the silent box that contained her future. Each time she passed the table, she felt a subtle pull, as if the cards were aware of her presence and eager for attention. Finally, as the church clock in the square struck 10, she gave in to temptation and opened the box once more. The cards lay in their velvet nest, their crimson borders seeming to glow with a light that had no earthly source. She lifted the deck, feeling its familiar weight and the strange warmth that always emanated from the carefully shuffled stack. Tomorrow, she whispered to the cards, to the room, to whatever force had brought her to this place at this moment. Tomorrow we begin properly. But even as she spoke the words, the death card seemed to shift slightly in the deck, its position changing just enough to catch her attention. She told herself it was merely the play of lamplight on the glossy surface, nothing more than an optical illusion created by tired eyes and the strange quality of London's autumn fog. Outside her window, the gaslight in Grosvenor Square flickered once, as if in response to some unfelt wind, casting moving shadows across the walls of her new home. Somewhere in the distance a clock chimed the half-hour, and the fog settled deeper over the city, carrying with it the promise of mysteries yet to unfold. Madame Zelda closed the ebony box and prepared for sleep, unaware that across London, in drawing-rooms and clubs where the city's elite gathered to discuss the day's affairs, whispers had already begun to circulate about the exotic fortune-teller who had taken rooms in Bloomsbury. By morning her first appointment would be scheduled, and the scarlet bordered cards would have their first opportunity to demonstrate just how accurately they could predict the future, or perhaps how skillfully they could arrange it. 3 days had passed since Madame Zelda's arrival at number 43 Grosvenor Square, and the autumn fog had settled into London with the persistence of an old friend who had decided to extend their visit indefinitely. The gas lamps burned steadily through the shortened October afternoons, their warm light creating pools of amber comfort in a world that seemed increasingly painted in shades of grey and silver. Madame Zelda had spent these days arranging her consulting room with the meticulous care of someone preparing a stage for an important performance. The circular table now wore a covering of midnight blue velvet that she had purchased from a fabric merchant in nearby Russell Square, a man whose exotic wares suggested travels to places most Londoners could only imagine. Upon this velvet cloth she had arranged a collection of items that spoke of mystery and ancient wisdom, a crystal sphere that caught and held the gaslight like captured moonbeams, several candles in brass holders that had acquired their patina through decades of use, and a small silver dish that held fragments of what she claimed was incense from Egypt, though it had actually come from a shop in Piccadilly that specialised in theatrical supplies. The ebony box containing her cards occupied the place of honour at the table's centre, its dark surface reflecting the candlelight in ways that made it appear sometimes solid, sometimes ethereal, as if it existed only partially in the visible world. She had learned through 3 months of careful experimentation that the crimson-bordered deck preferred ceremony atmosphere, and above all, respect for the ancient traditions it claimed to represent. This afternoon, as the fog pressed against her windows like curious spirits seeking warmth, Madame Zelda was expecting her first client in her new establishment. Word of her arrival had spread through the interconnected web of London society with the swift efficiency that characterised all truly interesting gossip. Mrs. Hartwell, despite her promise to keep the matter of their fascinating new neighbour discreet, had proven as reliable as the Morning Post in sharing news of Madame Zelda's exotic profession. A gentle knock at the front door below sent a flutter of anticipation through the quiet building. Mrs. Pemberton's measured footsteps crossed the entrance hall, followed by a brief conversation conducted in tones too low to discern individual words. Then came the sound Madame Zelda had been waiting for, the careful ascent of unfamiliar feet on the narrow staircase, accompanied by Mrs. Pemberton's more confident rhythm. "Madame Zelda," Mrs. Pemberton's voice carried up from the landing, formal and slightly more refined than usual. "Lord Pembroke has come to see you." Madame Zelda rose from the chair where she had been waiting, her midnight blue silk shawl arranging itself around her shoulders with practised elegance. She had dressed carefully for this first consultation, understanding that the success of her new venture depended as much on atmosphere and presentation as it did on whatever genuine intuitive abilities she possessed. Lord Pembroke appeared in her doorway like a figure from a painting depicting English nobility at its most stereotypical. He was a man of perhaps 60 years, with silver hair that had once been golden, and the sort of bearing that suggested generations of ancestors who had never questioned their right to occupy the finest houses and express the strongest opinions. His evening dress was impeccable, from the perfectly knotted white tie to the gleaming patent leather shoes that reflected the candlelight as he stepped into the room. Yet despite his commanding presence, there was something in Lord Pembroke's pale blue eyes that suggested a man seeking answers to questions he had never expected to ask. The confidence that marked his bearing seemed recently acquired, as if he were playing a role that no longer fit quite as comfortably as it once had. "Lord Pembroke," Madame Zelda inclined her head with the precise degree of respect appropriate for greeting nobility without suggesting subservience. "How honoured I am that you would visit my humble establishment. Please do take a seat wherever you feel most comfortable." The room had been arranged to create an atmosphere of intimate mystery. Heavy curtains blocked the afternoon light, leaving only the gentle glow of candles and the gas lamp turned low to illuminate the space. The crystal sphere caught and scattered the light into tiny rainbows that danced across the dark fabric covering the table, while the silver incense dish released wisps of aromatic smoke that carried hints of sandalwood and something more exotic, something that might have come from the banks of the Nile or the markets of Constantinople. Lord Pembroke settled into the chair opposite Madame Zelda, with the careful movements of a man whose joints had begun to remind him of the passage of time. His pale eyes moved around the room, taking in the carefully arranged mystical paraphernalia with the expression of someone who wanted to appear sophisticated while harbouring secret doubts about the wisdom of his presence here. "I must confess," he said, his voice carrying the crisp tones of an education acquired at the finest schools England could provide, "I'm not entirely certain what to expect from this consultation. My late wife was always interested in such matters, but I've remained rather sceptical about claims of supernatural insight." Madame Zelda smiled with the gentle understanding of someone accustomed to the scepticism of rational minds. "Scepticism is the mark of an intelligent man, Lord Pembroke. I would never ask you to abandon your rational faculties. I simply invite you to remain open to possibilities that might exist beyond the reach of pure logic." She lifted the ebony box from its position at the table's centre, her movements slow and deliberate as if she were handling something that demanded reverence. The moment her fingers touched the smooth surface, she felt the familiar warmth that always emanated from the crimson-bordered deck, a warmth that seemed to pulse with its own mysterious rhythm. A smile ghosted across his. "May I ask what brings you to seek guidance from the cards tonight?" she inquired, her voice taking on the slightly formal cadence that she had discovered helped establish the proper atmosphere for a reading. "The clearer your question, the more precise the card's response is likely to be." Lord Pembroke shifted in his chair, his fingers drumming once against the table's velvet surface, before he caught himself in the nervous gesture and stilled them. "It's rather personal, I'm afraid." a family matter that has become somewhat complicated. The cards respect confidentiality as much as any physician or legal advisor, Madame Zelda assured him. Nothing spoken in this room travels beyond these walls. For a moment, Lord Pembroke sat in silence, the candlelight playing across his aristocratic features and revealing lines that spoke of recent worry. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of a man confronting truths he had long avoided. "My nephew Charles stands to inherit my estate. He's a good boy, well, le man now, I suppose, though I still think of him as the child who used to spend summers at Pembroke Hall, chasing rabbits through the gardens and pestering the gamekeeper with endless questions about bird calls and animal tracks, lips at the memory. But lately he's become involved with a rather unsuitable woman. Nothing scandalous, you understand, but someone whose background is uncertain. She claims to be an actress, though I can find no evidence of her having appeared in any production of a note." Madame Zelda nodded with sympathetic understanding. "And you wonder whether this attachment might affect decisions regarding your inheritance?" "Precisely." Lord Pembroke's relief at having his concerns understood was evident in his voice. "I've been considering making certain adjustments to my will, ensuring that the estate passes intact to someone who will respect its traditions and maintain its position in the community. But such decisions feel permanent, final. I suppose I'm hoping the cards might offer some insight into whether Charles will come to his senses, or whether I should proceed with my planned changes." Madame Zelda lifted the deck from its velvet nest, feeling immediately the strange warmth that always emanated from the crimson-bordered cards. Tonight, that warmth seemed more pronounced than usual, and she noticed that her fingers trembled slightly as she held the carefully arranged stack. "I understand completely," she said, beginning the slow, rhythmic shuffling that she had learned was essential for establishing the proper connection between the reader, the cards, and the subject of the inquiry. Matters of family and inheritance carry weight that extends far beyond the present moment. The decisions we make today echo through generations. As she shuffled, the cards seemed to move with unusual fluidity, almost as if they were shuffling themselves. The crimson borders caught the candlelight and threw it back in patterns that seemed to shift and dance with each movement of her hands. Once she could have sworn she saw images forming in the patterns, fleeting glimpses of faces and scenes that vanished the moment she tried to focus on them directly. "Please concentrate on your question," she instructed. Her voice taking on the dreamy quality that she discovered helped focus both her own intuition and her client's attention. "Think about Charles, about the woman who has captured his interest, about the decisions you face regarding your legacy." Lord Pembroke leaned forward slightly, his pale eyes fixed on the moving cards with an intensity that suggested his scepticism was warring with genuine curiosity. The room around them seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air were holding its breath in anticipation of what the cards might reveal. Madame Zelda dealt 3 cards face down in a simple past, present, future arrangement, then paused with her hand hovering over the first card. Something about the deck felt different tonight. More alive, more responsive, almost eager to reveal whatever secrets it held. "The first card represents the foundation of your current situation," she explained, turning over the initial card with fingers that continued to tremble, despite her efforts to maintain composure. The 7 of Cups appeared, its imagery unusually vivid in the candlelight. The traditional figure stood before 7 floating chalices, each containing a different symbol of desire or temptation. But in this deck, something about the figure's expression suggested not confusion or overwhelming choice, but rather a clear understanding of which cup held the greatest danger. Illusion and false promises, Madame Zelda interpreted, her voice growing more confident as she felt the familiar flow of insight that came with the successful reading. Someone in your nephew's life is not what they appear to be. The foundation of your concern rests on genuine deception, not merely your own protective instincts. Lord Pembroke's eyebrows rose slightly. "You're suggesting this woman is deliberately deceiving Charles." "The cards suggest that multiple illusions are at play," Madame Zelda replied carefully. perhaps she's not the only one whose motivations deserve closer examination. She turned the second card, revealing the present situation. The Five of Pentacles appeared, a card traditionally associated with loss, poverty, and spiritual emptiness. But as the candlelight played across its surface, the crimson border seemed to pulse with an ominous warmth that made Madame Zelda's breath catch in her throat. "Your current situation is more precarious than you realize," she said, surprised by the certainty in her own voice. "There are forces at work that threaten not just your estate, but your very security. Someone close to you harbours intentions that go far beyond mere inheritance." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, though neither the candles nor the gas lamp flickered. Lord Pembroke shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his hands clasping and unclasping in his lap. "You're speaking rather dramatically for someone discussing family disagreements," he said, though his voice lacked its earlier confidence. Madame Zelda's hand hesitated over the third card. Something about the deck's behaviour tonight felt different from her previous readings, more intense, more urgent, almost warning. The warmth from the cards had become almost uncomfortably hot, and she noticed that the crimson borders seemed to glow with their own light, independent of the candle's flames. "The final card," she said quietly, "will show the likely outcome if current patterns continue unchanged." She turned the card and immediately felt the blood drain from her face. Death stared up at them from the velvet table, its traditional imagery of the skeletal figure on horseback rendered with unusual clarity and detail. But what made her hands begin to shake was not the card itself. Death in tarot traditionally symbolized transformation and new beginnings rather than literal mortality, but the way the crimson border pulsed with a deep, rhythmic glow that seemed to match the beating of her own heart. Lord Pembroke leaned back in his chair as if physically pushed by the sight of the card. "Well," he said with forced lightness, "that's rather ominous, isn't it?" Madame Zelda struggled to maintain her professional composure, while fighting an overwhelming urge to sweep the cards back into their box and end the reading immediately. "The death card rarely indicates literal death," she said, her voice steadier than she had any right to expect. "It typically represents the end of one phase of life and the beginning of another. Perhaps the end of your nephew's infatuation, or the conclusion of your uncertainty about how to handle your estate." But even as she spoke the traditional interpretation, she felt a cold certainty settling in her stomach like a stone. The cards were trying to tell her something far more specific, far more urgent than any symbolic transformation. The warmth radiating from the crimson borders had become almost burning against her fingertips, and she could swear she heard a whispered voice, so faint it might have been her imagination, repeating a single word: "Soon." Lord Pembroke studied the three cards with the expression of a man reassessing his position on several important matters. "And you believe these images represent actual guidance, not merely interesting coincidences?" "I believe," Madame Zelda said carefully, "that you should trust your instincts about the people in your nephew's life. And perhaps you should consider making those changes to your will sooner rather than later." The words surprised her as much as they did Lord Pembroke. She had intended to offer the usual vague encouragement and gentle suggestions that characterized most tarot readings. Instead, she found herself speaking with an urgency that seemed to come from somewhere outside her conscious mind. Lord Pembroke rose from his chair with the deliberate movements of a man who had received information that required immediate action. "Thank you, Madame Zelda. This has been illuminating. More so than I had anticipated." He placed a generous payment on the table beside the cards, more than they had agreed upon, and enough to ensure her rent for the remainder of the month. But as his fingers brushed the velvet covering, he pulled them back quickly as if the fabric had given him an unexpected shock. "Those cards," he said, glancing back at the three spread across the table, "they're unusually warm, aren't they?" Madame Zelda nodded, not trusting her voice to remain steady. "The deck has unique properties. I acquired it from a woman who claimed it had been in her family for generations." Lord Pembroke adjusted his evening cloak and moved toward the door. "Well, thank you again." I suspect I'll be making some telephone calls tonight that I had been postponing." After he had departed, his footsteps echoing down the staircase, and eventually fading into the fog-muffled sounds of the London evening, Madame Zelda sat alone with the 3 cards still spread across her table. The death card continued to emanate that strange warmth, and she noticed that the other 2 cards seemed to be positioning themselves differently than where she had placed them, the 7 of Cups sliding slightly closer to death, as if drawn by some magnetic force. She gathered the cards quickly, her hands shaking more noticeably now that she was alone. As she returned them to their ebony box, she could have sworn she heard that whispered voice again, clearer this time, speaking words that made her blood freeze. 3 days outside her window, the fog pressed closer against the glass, and somewhere in the distance a church bell began tolling the hour with the slow measured cadence of a funeral march. Madame Zelda closed the ebony box with fingers that trembled despite her efforts to maintain composure, and tried to convince herself that what she had experienced was nothing more than the natural nervousness of conducting her first reading in her new establishment. But deep in her heart, in a place beyond rational explanation, she knew that the crimson-bordered cards had just delivered their first prophecy, and prophecies, she was beginning to understand, had a disturbing tendency to fulfill themselves with clockwork precision. The morning of the 3rd day dawned with the sort of grey, persistent drizzle that London wore like a comfortable old coat, familiar, slightly melancholy, and somehow reassuring in its predictability. From her window overlooking Grosvenor Square, Madame Zelda watched the early commuters hurrying past with their umbrellas tilted against the gentle rain, their footsteps creating a rhythmic percussion on the wet pavement that reminded her of distant drums. She had slept poorly since Lord Pembroke's reading 2 nights ago, her dreams filled with images of crimson-bordered cards that rearranged themselves when she wasn't looking, and whispered voices that spoke in languages she didn't recognise but somehow understood. The ebony box sat on her bedside table, and she could swear she felt it pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. Mrs. Pemberton had mentioned over breakfast that the morning newspapers carried disturbing news from the financial districts, something about American stock prices falling dramatically and worried telegrams arriving from New York with increasing frequency. But the economic concerns of distant continents seemed less immediate than the growing certainty that something significant was about to unfold in her own carefully ordered world. It was precisely 11:30 when the urgent knocking began at the front door below. Not the polite measured tapping of a visitor seeking consultation, but the insistent hammering of someone bearing news that couldn't wait for proper social protocols. Madame Zelda set down her cup of morning tea and listened as Mrs. Pemberton's sensible shoes clicked rapidly across the entrance hall. The conversation that followed was conducted in hushed, urgent tones, but fragments drifted up through the quiet building. Terrible accident, and Lord Pembroke, and police inspector asking questions. Each phrase struck Madame Zelda like a physical blow, confirming the dread that had been building in her chest since she had first seen the death card's crimson border pulsing in the candlelight. Mrs. Pemberton's footsteps on the staircase were faster than usual, carrying the quick rhythm of someone bearing news that would change the comfortable rhythm of an ordinary morning. She appeared in the doorway of Madame Zelda's sitting room with her hair slightly dishevelled and her usually composed expression replaced by something approaching shock. "My dear," Mrs. Pemberton said, her voice carefully controlled but unable to hide the tremor beneath its surface. "I'm afraid there's been most distressing news about Lord Pembroke. Mrs. Hartwell has just returned from the market, and the entire neighbourhood is talking about what happened at Pembroke House last evening." Madame Zelda set down her teacup with hands that remained remarkably steady, despite the cold certainty spreading through her chest. "What sort of news, Mrs. Pemberton?" "He's dead, my dear. Fell down the main staircase during his dinner party last night. Broke his neck, according to Mrs. Hartwell, who heard it from the baker, whose brother-in-law drives a cab and was called to fetch the doctor." Mrs. Pemberton settled into the chair across from Madame Zelda, her practical nature warring with evident distress. "They say it happened just after the fish course. He excused himself to retrieve something from his study, and the next thing anyone knew, There was this terrible crash from the entrance hall. The room seemed to grow colder, though the coal fire burned steadily in its grate. Madame Zelda found herself thinking not of Lord Pembroke's death, but of the way the death card had felt burning hot against her fingertips, and the whispered voice that had counted down the days with such chilling precision. How perfectly dreadful she managed, her professional training in maintaining composure serving her well in this moment of personal crisis. He seemed in such good health when he visited here. A bit preoccupied, perhaps, but certainly not. Fragile Mrs. Pemberton nodded vigorously. That's exactly what everyone is saying. Lord Pembroke was known for his sure footing and careful nature, never the sort of man to go rushing about, especially on those polished marble stairs that have been the pride of Pembroke House for generations. His late wife used to joke that he counted each step when he climbed them, as if he were afraid of wearing them out through careless use. Through the window, the gentle rain continued its quiet percussion against the glass, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell began tolling. Whether for the hour or in mourning, Madame Zelda couldn't determine. The sound seemed to echo the rhythm she'd been hearing in her dreams, slow and measured and somehow inevitable. Were there many guests at this dinner party? She asked, partly from genuine curiosity, and partly from a desperate need to focus on practical details rather than the supernatural implications of what had occurred. Oh, yes, quite a gathering. Mrs. Hartwell mentioned that she saw at least a dozen carriages arriving throughout the evening. Lord Pembroke was known for his hospitality, though he had become rather more selective about his guest lists in recent years. Mrs. Pemberton paused, as if considering whether to share additional gossip, then continued in a lower voice. There's talk that he had invited his nephew Charles and that actress person he's been seen with. Some are saying it was meant to be a formal introduction to society, though others suggest Lord Pembroke might have been planning to make his disapproval more publicly known. The mention of Charles and the mysterious actress sent a chill through Madame Zelda that had nothing to do with the October weather. She remembered Lord Pembroke's concerns about his nephew's romantic attachment, his questions about whether he should proceed with changes to his will, and most disturbingly, her own urgent advice that he should act sooner rather than later. I suppose, she said carefully, the question of inheritance becomes rather urgent now. Mrs. Pemberton nodded with the expression of someone who understood the practical implications of sudden death among the wealthy. Indeed, though I understand Lord Pembroke had been working with his solicitor quite recently. Mrs. Hartwell's cousin works as a secretary for Blackwood and Associates. That's the legal firm that handles most of the old family's affairs, and she mentioned that Lord Pembroke had scheduled several appointments this past week. Very unusual for him, apparently. He was the sort of gentleman who preferred to handle such matters annually, like clockwork. The name Blackwood stirred a faint memory in Madame Zelda's mind, though she couldn't immediately place where she might have encountered it. Perhaps it had been mentioned in the society pages, or overheard in conversation at one of the tea shops where London's more prosperous residents gathered to exchange news and speculation. A new sound interrupted her thoughts, the measured tread of official footsteps on the pavement outside, accompanied by the authoritative voices of men accustomed to having their questions answered promptly and thoroughly. Mrs. Pemberton moved to the window and peered through the lace curtains with the carefully concealed curiosity of someone who had lived in London long enough to recognise the approach of official investigation police, she announced, her voice dropping to a whisper, as if the very mention of law enforcement might somehow implicate her in whatever irregularities they were investigating. Two of them in proper uniforms, and a gentleman in a rather fine overcoat who looks like he might be someone important. The knocking at the front door was polite but insistent, carrying the unmistakable authority of those who expected cooperation rather than requesting it. Mrs. Pemberton smoothed her hair and adjusted her apron before descending to answer, leaving Madame Zelda alone with her growing certainty that the crimson-bordered cards had somehow participated in orchestrating the very tragedy they had predicted. The conversation in the entrance hall was brief and professional, punctuated by Mrs. Pemberton's occasional "yes, sir," and "certainly, sir," in the tone she reserved for dealing with authority figures. When the delegation ascended to Madame Zelda's consulting room, they brought with them the scent of damp wool and the subtle tension that seemed to accompany police investigations. The gentleman in the fine overcoat proved to be Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard, a solid, practical-looking man whose shrewd eyes missed very little as they surveyed Madame Zelda's carefully arranged mystical paraphernalia. His two uniformed companions positioned themselves near the doorway with the relaxed alertness of experienced officers who had learned to observe without appearing threatening Madame Zelda. I presume Inspector Japp's voice carried the crisp authority of someone accustomed to conducting interviews under circumstances where cooperation was expected rather than optional. I understand Lord Pembroke visited your establishment recently for a consultation. Indeed, Inspector. Just 2 evenings ago. Madame Zelda maintained her composure with an effort, grateful for the dim lighting that concealed the flush she felt rising in her cheeks. He seemed like such a dignified gentleman. I was terribly shocked to hear of his accident. Inspector Japp removed a small notebook from his coat pocket and consulted it with the methodical precision of someone who believed in the importance of accurate records. According to several guests at last night's dinner party, Lord Pembroke mentioned having received some sort of prediction about changes coming to his family situation. Would you happen to know anything about that? The question hung in the air like incense smoke, heavy with implications that Madame Zelda didn't dare examine too closely. She found herself thinking of the death card, the way its crimson border had pulsed with that strange warmth, and the whispered countdown that had proven so chillingly accurate. Lord Pembroke consulted me about family matters, she replied carefully. Specifically, his concerns about his nephew's romantic attachment to a woman whose background he found questionable. The card suggested that he should trust his instincts and perhaps take decisive action regarding his estate planning. Inspector Japp made a note in his book, his pen scratching against the paper with a sound like autumn leaves rustling in the wind. And you would characterize this advice as supernatural guidance, or merely the sort of counsel any sensible person might offer under similar circumstances. The question touched on the central paradox of Madame Zelda's profession. How to maintain credibility, while acknowledging that much of what she did relied on careful observation, psychological insight, and the sort of practical wisdom that came from listening to people's concerns with genuine attention. But the memory of those pulsing crimson borders and whispered countdowns suggested that something beyond mere human intuition had been at work during Lord Pembroke's reading. I prefer to think of myself as someone who helps clients clarify their own instincts, she said diplomatically. The cards provide a framework for examining situations from new perspectives. Lord Pembroke struck me as a man who already knew what he needed to do but was seeking confirmation of his judgment. One of the uniformed officers shifted slightly, his movement drawing Inspector Japp's attention to something he had noticed near the window. Interesting collection of books you have there, madam. Anything about predicting accidents, or perhaps influencing outcomes through unconventional means? Madame Zelda followed his gaze to her small bookshelf where her volumes on palmistry and dream interpretation sat beside works on Celtic folklore and the history of divination. Perfectly innocent texts that suddenly seemed potentially incriminating under the weight of official scrutiny. Nothing more dramatic than traditional tarot interpretation and the reading of palms, Inspector. I'm afraid my education in the mystical arts is rather conventional. She gestured toward the ebony box that sat at the centre of her table, grateful that its lid was closed and the disturbing crimson-bordered cards were hidden from view. Though I will admit that some decks seem to possess more personality than others. Inspector Japp approached the table and studied the ebony box with the expression of someone examining evidence. Might I see these cards that provided Lord Pembroke with his final consultation? The request sent a chill through Madame Zelda that had nothing to do with the October weather outside. The thought of exposing the crimson-bordered deck to official scrutiny, of watching a sceptical police inspector handle cards that seemed to pulse with their own mysterious life, filled her with a dread she couldn't rationally explain. Certainly, Inspector, though I should mention that the deck is quite old and somewhat delicate. It belonged to a woman who claimed it had been in her family for generations, passed down through a line of what she called gifted women. She lifted the ebony box with hands that trembled only slightly, grateful that years of theatrical training had taught her to maintain composure under pressure. As she raised the lid, she half expected the cards to emit some visible sign of their supernatural properties, a glow perhaps, or that strange warmth that always seemed to emanate from their crimson borders. Instead, they lay quietly in their velvet nest, looking like nothing more than an unusually elegant tarot deck with attractive red-bordered backs. Inspector Japp examined them with professional interest, but no apparent concern lifting the top card to study the intricate pattern of silver moons and stars that decorated its reverse side. "Handsome workmanship," he commented, returning the card to its place with careful precision. "European, would you say? The style reminds me of some Italian cards I've seen in the British Museum's collection." "Possibly," Madame Zelda replied, though she realised she had never actually investigated the deck's origins beyond the dying woman's vague claims about family inheritance. The previous owner was rather reticent about providing specific details regarding its history. Inspector Japp closed the box and stepped back from the table, his shrewd eyes moving around the room one final time before settling on Madame Zelda, with an expression that suggested he was filing away far more information than their brief conversation had explicitly provided. "Well, Madame, I appreciate your cooperation. Lord Pembroke's death appears to have been a straightforward accident. Tragic, certainly, but not suspicious in any legal sense. However, given the timing of your consultation and his subsequent fate, I thought it prudent to gather all available information about his final days." After the police delegation had departed, leaving behind only the faint scent of damp wool and the lingering tension that seemed to follow official investigations, Madame Zelda found herself alone with questions that threatened to overwhelm her carefully maintained composure. The coincidence of Lord Pembroke's death occurring exactly when the cards had predicted was disturbing enough, but the memory of that whispered countdown and the burning warmth of the death card's crimson border suggested something far more unsettling than mere coincidence. She opened the ebony box once more and lifted the deck with fingers that no longer trembled with nervousness, but with a different sort of fear. The fear of someone who had begun to suspect that she was involved in forces beyond her understanding or control. The cards felt warm against her palms, though the room was cool enough that her breath formed small clouds in the afternoon air. As she shuffled through the deck, looking for the death card that had featured so prominently in Lord Pembroke's reading, she discovered something that made her heart skip several beats. The card was not where she had left it when she had gathered the spread 2 nights ago. Instead of being buried somewhere in the middle of the deck, it sat precisely on top, as if it had worked its way to the surface through some process that defied both gravity and logic. And most disturbing of all, the crimson border around its edges seemed to pulse with a soft, rhythmic glow that had nothing to do with the afternoon light filtering through her curtains. Outside her window, the gentle rain continued its quiet percussion against the glass, and somewhere in the distance church bells began tolling the hour with the measured cadence of time passing inexorably forward. But Madame Zelda no longer heard these familiar sounds of London afternoon life. Instead, her attention was focused entirely on the deck of cards that seemed to be waiting for its next opportunity to demonstrate the disturbing accuracy of its predictions. As she returned the cards to their velvet nest and closed the ebony box, she could have sworn she heard that whispered voice again, fainter than before, but unmistakably present, speaking words that chilled her to the bone. Who will be next? A week had passed since Lord Pembroke's funeral, and London had settled back into its comfortable rhythm of autumn routines with the resilience that characterised a city accustomed to both triumph and tragedy. The morning fog still embraced the gas lamps with familiar tenderness, and the gentle percussion of rain against windows continued to provide the sort of soothing background music that made indoor activities feel particularly cosy and appealing. Madame Zelda had spent these 7 days in a state of carefully controlled unease, conducting her daily activities with the sort of heightened awareness that comes from knowing one has witnessed something that defies rational explanation. She had rearranged her consulting room twice, polished her crystal sphere until it gleamed like captured starlight, and reorganized her small library of mystical texts, with the meticulous attention of someone seeking distraction from more disturbing thoughts. The ebony box containing her crimson-bordered cards remained in its place of honour at the centre of her table, but she had not opened it since Inspector Japp's visit. Each time she approached the table she felt that familiar warmth emanating from the dark wood, and twice she had caught herself listening for whispered voices that spoke in languages she didn't recognise but somehow understood with chilling clarity. Mrs. Pemberton had mentioned over breakfast that the neighbourhood was slowly recovering from the shock of Lord Pembroke's sudden death, though his nephew Charles had been seen visiting the family solicitor with unusual frequency. The mysterious actress who had captured his affections remained conspicuously absent from these legal consultations, leading to considerable speculation among the residents of Grosvenor Square about the true nature of their relationship. It was on this grey Thursday afternoon, as the October light faded early into the sort of twilight that made gas lamps seem particularly welcoming, that Mrs. Pemberton announced Madame Zelda's second client since establishing her practice in London. The knock at the front door carried the tentative quality of someone who wasn't entirely certain they belonged in such an establishment quite different from Lord Pembroke's confident arrival a week earlier. "Mrs. Whitmore has come to see you," Mrs. Pemberton announced from the landing, her voice carrying a note of approval that suggested this particular visitor met with her standards of respectability. "She's recently returned from mourning her late husband and is seeking guidance about her future arrangements." Mrs. Whitmore proved to be a woman of perhaps 50 years, dressed in the deep mourning attire that marked her as a recent widow still observing the strict social protocols that governed grief in proper society. Her black silk dress rustled softly as she moved, and her silver hair was arranged beneath a hat decorated with jet beads that caught the candlelight like captured tears. Despite the sombre nature of her attire, there was something in her dark eyes that suggested a spirit not entirely subdued by loss. "Madame Zelda," Mrs. Whitmore said as she settled into the chair across from the velvet-covered table, her movements carrying the careful grace of someone still adjusting to the weight of widow's weeds. "I hope you'll forgive my presumption in calling upon you so soon after the recent tragedy. I understand Lord Pembroke consulted you shortly before his accident." The mention of Lord Pembroke sent a familiar chill through Madame Zelda, though she maintained her professional composure with an effort that was becoming easier through practice. "Indeed, Mrs. Whitmore, such a shocking loss. I understand you knew Lord Pembroke well." "Our families have been acquainted for generations," Mrs. Whitmore replied, adjusting her black gloves with the precise movements of someone accustomed to observing social rituals with meticulous care. "My late husband and Lord Pembroke served together on several charitable boards. They shared a passion for supporting the arts, particularly the preservation of London's historic theatres." Mrs. Whitmore paused to glance around the consulting room, taking in the carefully arranged mystical paraphernalia with the expression of someone evaluating an unfamiliar but potentially useful service. The candlelight cast gentle shadows across her features, highlighting the intelligence in her dark eyes and the determined set of her mouth that suggested a woman accustomed to making her own decisions. "I must confess," she continued, "I've never consulted a fortune-teller before, but recent events have left me feeling rather uncertain about several important matters. My husband's estate is more complicated than I had anticipated, and there are decisions to be made that will affect not only my own future, but the welfare of several people who depend upon my judgment." Madame Zelda felt a familiar stirring of professional interest mixed with personal apprehension. Something about Mrs. Whitmore's situation echoed Lord Pembroke's concerns about family complications and inheritance decisions, though she couldn't quite identify what was triggering this sense of repetition. "What sort of guidance are you seeking?" she asked, her hands moving automatically toward the ebony box before she caught herself and forced them to remain still on the table's velvet surface. The cards respond most clearly to specific questions, though they often reveal information that goes beyond what we initially think to ask. Mrs. Whitmore leaned forward slightly, her black gloved hands clasping together in her lap with a gesture that suggested both nervousness and determination. "It's about my stepson, Gerald. He's a good boy. Well, man now, I suppose, though I still think of him as the 10-year-old who used to spend school holidays with his father and me." but lately he's become involved with a woman whose intentions I find questionable. The parallel to Lord Pembroke's concerns about his nephew struck Madame Zelda like a physical blow. Here was another elderly member of London society recently confronted with mortality, seeking guidance about a younger relative whose romantic attachments threatened family stability. The coincidence felt less like chance and more like a pattern emerging from some hidden design. "You're concerned about her influence on his decisions regarding inheritance?" Madame Zelda asked, though she already suspected the answer. Precisely. Mrs. Whitmore's relief at having her concerns understood was evident in her voice. "Gerald stands to inherit a substantial portion of my late husband's estate, including our London house and the collection of art that my husband spent decades accumulating. But this woman, she claims to be an actress, though I can find no evidence of her having appeared in any legitimate production, seems to have convinced Gerald that the collection should be sold to fund some sort of theatrical venture that she insists will make them both wealthy." Madame Zelda found herself thinking of Lord Pembroke's nephew Charles, and his own involvement with a mysterious actress whose background couldn't be verified. The similarity was too striking to dismiss as mere coincidence, and she felt a growing certainty that forces beyond normal social patterns were at work in the interconnected lives of London's wealthy families. "Have you considered making changes to your own will?" she asked, remembering her advice to Lord Pembroke and the urgent certainty that had driven her to recommend immediate action. "Sometimes decisive steps can prevent future complications." Mrs. Whitmore nodded with the expression of someone who had been contemplating exactly such measures. "I've actually scheduled an appointment with my solicitor for tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Blackwood has been handling our family's legal affairs for years, and he's suggested several strategies for ensuring that Gerald's inheritance comes with appropriate safeguards against unfortunate influences." The name Blackwood struck Madame Zelda with a force that left her momentarily breathless. Mrs. Pemberton had mentioned that Lord Pembroke had been working with Blackwood and Associates during his final week, making unusual changes to his estate planning with unprecedented urgency. The connection between the two cases suddenly seemed less like coincidence, and more like the emergence of a deliberate pattern. "Mr. Blackwood must be very busy these days," she said carefully, testing to see how much Mrs. Whitmore might reveal about the solicitor's recent activities. "I understand he was also handling Lord Pembroke's final legal arrangements." "Oh yes, quite right, though I believe Lord Pembroke's situation was rather more urgent than my own. Something about wanting to ensure his nephew's inheritance included appropriate conditions regarding his choice of companions." Mrs. Whitmore's voice carried the sort of disapproval that characterized proper society's attitude toward relationships that crossed established social boundaries. Mr. Blackwood mentioned that Lord Pembroke had become quite concerned about Charles's attachment to that actress person. Madame Zelda felt compelled by a force she couldn't identify to reach for the ebony box, despite her earlier resolution to avoid the crimson-bordered cards until she better understood their disturbing properties. The moment her fingers touched the smooth wood, she felt that familiar warmth pulsing through the surface like a slow, steady heartbeat. "Perhaps the cards might offer some insight into your situation," she said, surprised by the certainty in her own voice. "Though I should warn you that this particular deck sometimes reveals information that goes beyond what we expect or hope to hear." Mrs. Whitmore nodded with the brave determination of someone who had decided that uncertainty was more frightening than potentially unwelcome truth. "I'm prepared for whatever guidance the cards might provide, Madame Zelda. Recent events have taught me that life can change with shocking suddenness, and I'd rather face difficult truth than be unprepared for whatever might come." The ebony box opened with a soft whisper, revealing the crimson-bordered cards nestled in their midnight blue velvet. The moment the deck was exposed to the candlelight, Madame Zelda felt that strange warmth intensify, and she could swear she heard the faintest echo of whispered voices speaking in harmonious chorus, though she couldn't distinguish individual words. As she lifted the cards from their resting place, she noticed that they seemed unusually eager to be shuffled, almost arranging themselves between her fingers, with minimal guidance from her conscious movements. The crimson borders caught the light and threw it back in patterns that seemed to shift and dance independently of her handling, creating the illusion that the cards were somehow alive and aware of their surroundings. Please concentrate on your question about Gerald and his romantic attachment, she instructed, her voice taking on the dreamy quality that seemed to accompany her most successful readings. Think about the decisions you face regarding your inheritance planning and the influence this woman might have on your family's future. Mrs. Whitmore leaned forward with the intense focus of someone seeking answers to questions that had been troubling her sleep for weeks. The room around them seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air were holding its breath in anticipation of what the cards might reveal about the patterns connecting London's wealthy families. Madame Zelda dealt 3 cards in the same past, present, future arrangement she had used for Lord Pembroke, then paused with her hand hovering over the first card. The deck felt different tonight. More responsive, more alive, almost eager to demonstrate whatever powers it possessed. The warmth radiating from the crimson borders had become so intense that she found herself wondering if Mrs. Whitmore could see them glowing in the candlelight. The first card represents the foundation of your current situation, she explained, turning over the initial card with fingers that trembled despite her efforts to maintain professional composure. The 7 of Swords appeared, its imagery of a figure stealing away with stolen blades rendered with unusual clarity in the deck's distinctive artistic style. But what made Madame Zelda's breath catch in her throat was the way the crimson border seemed to pulse with that familiar rhythm, as if the card were trying to communicate something beyond its traditional symbolic meaning. Deception and theft, she interpreted, her voice growing more confident as she felt the familiar flow of insight. Someone in your stepson's life is not what they appear to be, and their intentions involve taking something that doesn't rightfully belong to them. The foundation of your concern rests on genuine threat, not merely protective instincts. Mrs. Whitmore's eyebrows rose slightly, though her expression suggested she was not entirely surprised by this revelation. You're saying this woman is deliberately trying to manipulate Gerald for financial gain? The cards suggest that multiple deceptions are at work, Madame Zelda replied, remembering her similar warning to Lord Pembroke about illusions and false promises. Perhaps she is not the only one whose motivations deserve closer examination. She turned the second card, revealing the Tower, a symbol traditionally associated with sudden destruction, upheaval, and the collapse of established structures. The imagery showed a tall tower being struck by lightning, with figures falling from its heights, but in this deck, something about the scene suggested not random catastrophe, but deliberate demolition. Your current situation involves forces that threaten the very foundations of your family's security, Madame Zelda said, surprised by the urgency in her own voice. Something, or someone, is actively working to bring down the structures that have protected your family's legacy for generations. Mrs. Whitmore shifted uncomfortably in her chair, her black-gloved hands clasping and unclasping in her lap. You're speaking quite dramatically about what might simply be a young man's poor judgment in romantic matters. Madame Zelda's hand hesitated over the third card, remembering the shock of revealing death during Lord Pembroke's reading and the chilling accuracy with which that prediction had been fulfilled. Something about the deck's behaviour tonight felt even more intense than during her previous consultation, as if the cards were building toward a revelation that would eclipse even their earlier demonstration of supernatural accuracy. The final card will show the likely outcome if current patterns continue unchanged, she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. She turned the card and felt the familiar shock of recognition mixed with growing horror. The Tower card stared up at them from the velvet table, but this was not the same tower that had appeared in the present position. This version showed the structure completely destroyed, consumed by flames that seemed to dance and flicker in the candlelight as if they were actually burning. Mrs. Whitmore leaned back in her chair, as if physically pushed by the sight of the card. 2 disaster cards in one reading seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Madame Zelda struggled to maintain her professional composure while fighting the overwhelming certainty that she was witnessing another prophecy that would fulfill itself with the same chilling precision as Lord Pembroke's death. The warmth radiating from the crimson borders had become almost unbearable against her fingertips, and she could swear she heard that whispered voice again, clearer this time, speaking a single word that made her blood freeze. fire. The tower card in the future position suggests that the destruction you're trying to prevent may be unavoidable, she said, her voice steadier than she had any right to expect. But perhaps if you act quickly to protect your family's assets, the damage might be limited. Even as she spoke the traditional interpretation, she felt that same cold certainty settling in her stomach that she had experienced during Lord Pembroke's reading. The cards were delivering another specific prophecy, another countdown to tragedy that would unfold with clockwork precision, regardless of any preventive measures that might be taken. Mrs. Whitmore studied the 3 cards with the expression of someone reassessing her position on several crucial matters. And you believe these images represent actual guidance, not merely symbolic warnings about the general nature of family conflicts, I believe, Madame Zelda said carefully, that you should trust your instincts about the people in Gerald's life, and perhaps you should consider moving that appointment with Mr. Blackwood to tomorrow morning instead of the afternoon. The words surprised her as much as they did Mrs. Whitmore. Once again, she found herself speaking with an urgency that seemed to come from somewhere beyond her conscious mind, offering advice that went far beyond the usual vague encouragement that characterized most tarot consultations. Mrs. Whitmore rose from her chair with the deliberate movements of someone who had received information that required immediate action. "Thank you, Madame Zelda. This has been most illuminating. I think I shall indeed contact Mr. Blackwood's office first thing in the morning." She placed her payment on the table beside the cards, generous enough to ensure Madame Zelda's expenses for the remainder of the month, and moved toward the door with the purposeful stride of someone who had decided to take control of circumstances that had been troubling her for too long. "Those cards," she said, pausing at the threshold and glancing back at the 3 spread across the table. "They seem unusually warm, don't they? Almost as if they were generating their own heat." Madame Zelda nodded, not trusting her voice to remain steady. "The deck has always possessed certain unique properties. I sometimes think it responds to the emotional weight of the questions being asked." After Mrs. Whitmore had departed, her footsteps echoing down the staircase and eventually fading into the fog-muffled sounds of the London evening, Madame Zelda sat alone with the 3 cards still spread across her table. Both tower cards continued to emanate that strange warmth, and she noticed that they seemed to be positioning themselves differently than where she had placed them, sliding slightly closer together as if drawn by some magnetic force. She gathered the cards quickly, her hands shaking more noticeably now that she was alone with the implications of what had just occurred. As she returned them to their ebony box, she heard that whispered voice again, clearer than ever before, speaking words that confirmed her growing certainty that the crimson-bordered deck was far more than a simple tool for fortune-telling. 3 days. Roger. And then the voice faded before completing its prophecy, leaving Madame Zelda alone with the terrifying knowledge that she had just witnessed the delivery of another supernatural countdown. Outside her window, the fog pressed closer against the glass, and somewhere in the distance church bells began tolling the evening hour with the slow, measured cadence that seemed to mark time toward another inevitable tragedy. She closed the ebony box with hands that trembled despite her efforts to maintain composure, and tried to convince herself that Mrs. Whitmore's reading had been nothing more than an unfortunate coincidence of symbolic imagery. But deep in her heart, in that place beyond rational explanation, she knew that the crimson-bordered cards had just delivered their second prophecy. And prophecies, she was beginning to understand, had a disturbing tendency to fulfill themselves with the precision of clockwork mechanisms counting down toward predetermined moments of destruction. The morning after Mrs. Whitmore's tragic death brought London one of those crisp November days when the fog retreated to reveal a city etched in silver light and shadow. The fire that had consumed her Belgravia townhouse during the night had been spectacular enough to draw crowds of curious onlookers and several newspaper reporters, all eager to document the second mysterious death within a fortnight among London's most respectable society families. Madame Zelda had learned of the tragedy from Mrs. Pemberton, who had returned from her morning marketing expedition with the sort of horrified fascination that characterized the neighborhood's response to dramatic events occurring within their carefully ordered world. The fire had started, according to the early reports, in Mrs. Whitmore's private study sometime after midnight, exactly 3 days after her consultation with the crimson-bordered cards, just as the whispered voice had predicted now. As the pale afternoon sun struggled through the remaining wisps of morning fog, Madame Zelda found herself sitting in her consulting room, staring at the ebony box that seemed to pulse with a satisfied warmth, as if congratulating itself on another successful prophecy. She had not opened the box since Mrs. Whitmore's reading, but she could feel the card's presence like a weight pressing against her consciousness, waiting for their next opportunity to demonstrate their disturbing accuracy. A gentle knock at her door interrupted her troubled contemplation. Mrs. Pemberton appeared with the expression of someone bearing news that promised to complicate an already difficult day. "My dear," Mrs. Pemberton said, settling into the chair that Mrs. Whitmore had occupied just 3 evenings ago, "there's a gentleman downstairs who wishes to speak with you about these recent incidents. He's not from the police, exactly, but he carries himself with considerable authority and speaks with a rather distinctive accent that I can't quite place." Before Madame Zelda could formulate a response, the gentleman in question appeared in her doorway, having apparently followed Mrs. Pemberton up the narrow staircase with the confident assumption that his presence would be welcome. He was a small, dapper man of perhaps 50 years, with a magnificent moustache that seemed to possess its own sense of importance and intelligent eyes that missed very little as they surveyed her carefully arranged mystical paraphernalia. "Mademoiselle," he said with a slight bow that managed to convey both respect and authority, "permit me to introduce myself. I am Hercule Poirot, and I find myself most interested in discussing with you certain coincidences that have recently occurred among London's more distinguished families." The name struck Madame Zelda with immediate recognition. Hercule Poirot's reputation as a consulting detective had spread throughout London's social circles, and his methods were legendary among those who appreciated the application of logic and psychological insight to the solving of complex mysteries. His presence in her consulting room suggested that the pattern she had begun to recognize was visible to others whose professional expertise in matters of crime and investigation made their attention decidedly unwelcome. "Monsieur Poirot," she replied, gesturing toward the chair recently vacated by Mrs. Pemberton, "I'm honoured by your visit, though I confess I'm uncertain what assistance I might provide regarding recent tragedies that have affected our neighbourhood." Poirot settled into the offered chair with the precise movements of someone who arranged himself, with the same methodical care he applied to his investigative work. His keen eyes moved around the room, cataloguing details with the systematic thoroughness that had made his reputation, before settling on the ebony box that occupied the table's centre. "Ah, but I think you understand very well why I'm here, mademoiselle," he said, his accent lending a musical quality to words chosen with careful precision. "It has come to my attention that both Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore consulted you shortly before their unfortunate accidents. Most interesting coincidences, are they not?" The question hung in the air between them like incense smoke, heavy with implications that Madame Zelda didn't dare examine too closely. She found herself thinking of Inspector Japp's earlier visit, his professional scepticism, and the uncomfortable certainty that official attention was the last thing she needed, while trying to understand the supernatural forces that seemed to be operating through her crimson-bordered cards. "Tragic coincidences, certainly," she replied carefully, "though I failed to see how consultations about family matters could have any bearing on accidents that occurred days later. Both Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore were seeking guidance about personal relationships that were causing them concern." Poirot leaned forward slightly, his moustache twitching with what might have been amusement or intellectual curiosity. "Ah, yes, the personal relationships. Lord Pembroke's nephew with his mysterious actress, and Mrs. Whitmore's stepson with his equally mysterious theatrical companion. Most curious that 2 elderly members of society should face such similar difficulties at precisely the same time, is it not?" The observation struck Madame Zelda with fresh force. In her focus on the supernatural aspects of the 2 consultations, she had given insufficient attention to the practical similarities between the cases. Both clients had been concerned about younger relatives involved with actresses whose backgrounds couldn't be verified, Both had been contemplating changes to their inheritance arrangements, and both had been working with the same legal firm to implement those changes. "You're suggesting these similarities indicate something beyond mere coincidence?" she asked, though she suspected she already knew his answer. "Hercule Poirot does not believe in coincidences, mademoiselle. When patterns emerge, there are always reasons, human reasons, based on human motivations that can be understood through the application of logic and careful observation." His eyes moved again to the ebony box, studying its dark surface with the intensity of someone evaluating evidence. "Though I confess myself intrigued by reports that you predicted both tragedies with remarkable accuracy." The statement sent a chill through Madame Zelda that had nothing to do with the November weather outside. If Poirot had learned about the specific predictions she had made during both consultations, then others might also be aware of the supernatural elements surrounding the recent deaths. The thought of becoming publicly associated with mysterious prophecies and unexplained coincidences filled her with a dread that went beyond mere professional embarrassment. "The cards sometimes reveal patterns that might not be immediately obvious," she said diplomatically. "Both Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore were concerned about family situations that contained elements of instability. Perhaps my interpretation simply reflected the logical conclusions that careful observation might suggest." Poirot nodded with the expression of someone testing a theory against available evidence. "Most reasonable, and yet I am told that your predictions were remarkably specific regarding the timing and nature of these unfortunate events. Lord Pembroke's fall precisely 3 days after his consultation, Mrs. Whitmore's fire occurring exactly when your card suggested destruction might come. Such precision suggests either supernatural insight or access to information that goes considerably beyond logical deduction." The accusation, though delivered in Poirot's typically courteous manner, struck Madame Zelda like a physical blow. The implication that she might possess advanced knowledge of planned crimes, that she might be somehow complicit in the tragedies she had predicted, opened possibilities too terrifying to contemplate. "Monsieur Poirot," she said with as much dignity as she could muster, "I can assure you that I had no advanced knowledge of any planned harm to either Lord Pembroke or Mrs. Whitmore. My predictions were based entirely on what the cards revealed during our consultations." "Ah, the cards." Poirot's attention focused with laser intensity on the ebony box. "Perhaps you would be so kind as to show me these remarkable instruments of divination? I confess myself most curious about cards that can predict the future with such disturbing accuracy." The request filled Madame Zelda with the same dread she had experienced when Inspector Japp had asked to examine the deck. The thought of exposing the crimson-bordered cards to Poirot's methodical scrutiny, of watching his logical mind grapple with evidence of forces that defied rational explanation, seemed like a violation of some fundamental boundary between the natural and supernatural worlds. Certainly, though, I should warn you that this particular deck possesses certain unusual properties. It was created by craftsmen whose techniques are not well understood, and it seems to respond to the emotional state of both the reader and the subject. She lifted the ebony box with hands that trembled only slightly, grateful that years of theatrical training had taught her to maintain composure under pressure. As she raised the lid, she half expected the cards to emit some visible sign of their supernatural nature. A glow, perhaps, or that strange warmth that always seemed to emanate from their crimson borders when they were preparing to deliver prophetic insights. Instead, they lay quietly in their velvet nest, appearing to Poirot's examining eyes as nothing more than an elegantly crafted tarot deck with attractive red-bordered backs. He lifted the top card with the careful precision of someone handling potential evidence, studying the intricate pattern of silver moons and stars that decorated its reverse side. "Beautiful workmanship," he commented, his tone suggesting genuine appreciation for artistic excellence. "The borders are particularly striking. That shade of crimson is most unusual. May one ask where you acquired such a distinctive deck?" "It came to me from a dying woman in Brighton," Madame Zelda replied, watching nervously as Poirot examined several more cards with the methodical thoroughness that characterized his approach to all forms of evidence. "She claimed it had been in her family for generations, passed down through a line of women who possessed what she called the sight." Poirot replaced the cards in their velvet nest with the same careful precision he had used to remove them, then closed the box and leaned back in his chair with the expression of someone filing away information for future reference. Most interesting, and you have noticed no unusual properties in this deck beyond its apparent accuracy in predicting tragic events. The question touched on the heart of Madame Zelda's growing terror about the forces she had unwittingly unleashed, the whispered voices, the cards that rearranged themselves when she wasn't looking, the way the crimson borders seemed to pulse with their own inner light. All of these phenomena suggested that she was dealing with something far beyond normal tarot divination. The deck does seem unusually responsive to the questions being asked, she admitted carefully. Sometimes the cards appear to arrange themselves in patterns that reflect the subject's situation with remarkable precision. Arrange themselves, Poirot repeated, his moustache twitching with what was definitely amusement now. Most fascinating. And during your consultations with Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore, did you notice any particular arrangements that might have suggested the specific nature of their upcoming tragedies? Madame Zelda found herself thinking of the death card that had worked its way to the top of the deck after Lord Pembroke's reading, and the way both tower cards had seemed to slide together on the table after Mrs. Whitmore's consultation. These physical manifestations of the deck's supernatural properties were impossible to explain through conventional means, yet equally impossible to ignore. The death card appeared for Lord Pembroke, followed by the tower for Mrs. Whitmore, she said, deciding that honesty was preferable to the sort of evasion that might make her appear more suspicious than she already did. Both cards seemed unusually warm to the touch, and their positions in the spreads felt more significant than typical tarot symbolism might suggest. Poirot nodded with the expression of someone confirming a theory he had already formed through independent observation. Most illuminating. And I suppose you have given considerable thought to who might be the next member of London society to seek your guidance regarding family matters involving mysterious actresses and inheritance concerns. The question struck Madame Zelda with such force that she actually gasped aloud. In her focus on the supernatural aspects of the recent tragedies, she had not fully considered the possibility that additional victims might be targeted by whatever human agency was orchestrating these apparent coincidences. The realization that she might be an unwitting participant in a larger pattern of planned crimes filled her with horror that went beyond her fear of supernatural forces. "You believe these deaths were not accidents?" she asked, though she suspected she already knew his answer. Hercule Poirot believes that when elderly members of society die in precisely the manner predicted by fortune-tellers, immediately after making arrangements to change their wills through the same legal firm, one must consider possibilities beyond mere tragic coincidence. His tone remained conversational, but his eyes had taken on the sharp focus of a hunter who had detected fresh spoor. "Tell me, mademoiselle, have you received any new requests for consultations since Mrs. Whitmore's unfortunate demise?" The question sent another chill through Madame Zelda's already shaken composure. She had indeed received a message that morning from a gentleman requesting an appointment for this very evening, a Mr. Hartley, who claimed to be seeking guidance about family matters that required urgent resolution. The similarity to her previous clients' situations had seemed like natural coincidence at the time, but now, viewed through the lens of Poirot's systematic suspicions, it felt like confirmation of a pattern too deliberate to ignore. "Mr. Hartley has requested a consultation for this evening," she admitted reluctantly. "He mentioned family complications involving a romantic attachment that threatens his inheritance prospects." Poirot's moustache quivered with what was unmistakably satisfaction. "Ah, excellent. And I suppose Mr. Hartley is an elderly gentleman of substantial means, recently widowed perhaps, with concerns about a nephew or stepson who has become involved with a mysterious actress whose background cannot be verified." The accuracy of Poirot's prediction left Madame Zelda momentarily speechless. When she'd received Mr. Hartley's message, she had indeed noted similarities to her previous consultations, but she had attributed them to the tendency of London society families to face recurring patterns of generational conflict. Now, with Poirot's methodical analysis, Highlighting the deliberate nature of these similarities, she began to understand that she had become an unwitting participant in what appeared to be a carefully orchestrated series of crimes. "How could you possibly know those details?" she asked, though she suspected the answer would reveal depths of premeditation that would make her complicity appear even more damning. "Because, mademoiselle, I have spent the past 3 days investigating the backgrounds of both Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore, and I have discovered connections that suggest someone with detailed knowledge of their personal affairs and legal arrangements has been manipulating events with considerable skill." Poirot leaned forward with the intensity of someone preparing to reveal crucial information. Both victims had recently consulted the same solicitor about making identical changes to their wills. Both were concerned about romantic attachments involving mysterious actresses, whose backgrounds, when investigated, proved to be entirely fabricated. And both received predictions from the same fortune-teller that proved accurate to a degree that suggests either supernatural powers or human conspiracy. The weight of implication in Poirot's words settled over Madame Zelda like a suffocating fog. She found herself facing the possibility that the supernatural forces she had attributed to her crimson-bordered cards might actually be elaborate human deceptions designed to make her an unwitting accomplice in murder. Yet even as this rational explanation offered itself, she couldn't ignore the physical evidence of the deck's otherworldly properties. The warmth, the whispered voices, the way cards rearranged themselves when she wasn't looking. "What do you propose to do about Mr. Hartley's appointment?" she asked, resigned to cooperating with whatever plan Poirot's methodical mind had already devised. "I propose, mademoiselle, that we allow Mr. Hartley's consultation to proceed exactly as planned, but with certain modifications that will enable us to observe how these remarkable predictions are actually generated." Poirot's smile suggested a trap being carefully prepared for unwary prey. "After all, if your cards truly possess supernatural powers, they should perform equally well under more controlled circumstances, and if human agency is responsible for their accuracy, then close observation should reveal the methods being employed." As if summoned by their conversation, the ebony box seemed to pulse with that familiar warmth, and Madame Zelda could swear she heard the faintest whisper of voices speaking in harmonious chorus, though she couldn't distinguish individual words. Whatever forces were operating through her crimson-bordered cards, supernatural or human, they appeared to be preparing for another demonstration of their disturbing accuracy. The evening fog had settled over London with particular density, transforming Grosvenor Square into a world of soft edges and muffled sounds, where gas lamps created pools of amber light that seemed to float in grey nothingness. From her consulting-room window, Madame Zelda could barely make out the shapes of the Georgian townhouses across the square, their familiar outlines rendered mysterious and otherworldly by the thick veil of mist that pressed against the glass like curious spirits seeking entry. Mr. Hartley was expected at 8 o'clock, and Hercule Poirot had positioned himself in Mrs. Pemberton's small parlour below, where a carefully arranged mirror allowed him to observe the entrance hall while remaining invisible to any visitors who might arrive. The plan was simple: allow the consultation to proceed naturally while documenting any unusual occurrences that might explain the supernatural accuracy of the crimson-bordered cards' predictions. Madame Zelda had spent the afternoon in a state of nervous anticipation, arranging and rearranging her consulting-room with the meticulous attention of someone preparing for a performance that might determine her entire future. The ebony box sat in its customary place at the table's centre, but tonight it seemed to emanate an almost electric tension, as if the cards within were aware that their methods were about to be subjected to unprecedented scrutiny. At precisely 8 o'clock, the expected knock echoed through the quiet building. Mrs. Pemberton's measured footsteps crossed the entrance hall, followed by a brief conversation conducted in tones too low to distinguish individual words. Then came the sound Madame Zelda had been dreading, the careful ascent of unfamiliar feet on the narrow staircase, accompanied by Mrs. Pemberton's more confident rhythm. "Madame Zelda," Mrs. Pemberton announced from the landing, her voice carrying the formal tone she reserved for visitors of obvious respectability. "Mr. Hartley has come for his appointment." Mr. Hartley proved to be a gentleman of perhaps 65 years, with silver hair and the sort of bearing that suggested wealth acquired through generations of careful stewardship rather than sudden fortune. His evening dress was impeccable, and he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to having his opinions respected and his decisions implemented without question. Yet there was something in his pale grey eyes that suggested a man recently confronted with problems that defied traditional solutions. "Madame Zelda," he said with a slight bow that managed to convey both courtesy and a certain scepticism about the entire enterprise, "I appreciate your willingness to see me on such short notice. I find myself in circumstances that require unconventional guidance." As Mr. Hartley settled into the chair across from her velvet-covered table, Madame Zelda felt the familiar chill of recognition that had accompanied her previous consultations. Here was another elderly member of London society, recently confronted with family complications that threatened long-established arrangements seeking supernatural assistance, with decisions that would affect inheritance and legacy. The room had been arranged with the same careful attention to atmosphere that had characterized her previous readings. Heavy curtains blocked the November fog, leaving only the gentle glow of candles and the gas lamp turned low to illuminate the space. The crystal sphere caught and scattered the light into tiny rainbows that danced across the dark fabric covering the table, while the silver incense dish released wisps of aromatic smoke that carried hints of sandalwood and exotic spices. "I must confess," Mr. Hartley continued, his voice carrying the measured tones of someone accustomed to choosing words with careful precision, "I'm not entirely comfortable with consulting a fortune-teller about family matters, but recent events in our social circle have suggested that perhaps traditional approaches may be insufficient for dealing with certain modern complications." Madame Zelda recognised the reference to the recent deaths of Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore, both of whom had moved in the same elevated social circles as Mr. Hartley. The coincidence of 3 similar consultations within such a short period no longer felt like chance, but rather like the unfolding of some predetermined pattern that operated according to rules she was only beginning to understand. "Recent events have indeed been troubling," she agreed diplomatically. "Perhaps you could tell me what sort of guidance you're seeking. The clearer your question, the more precise the card's response is likely to be." Mr. Hartley shifted slightly in his chair, his fingers drumming once against the table's velvet surface, in a nervous gesture that reminded her painfully of Lord Pembroke's similar anxiety during his final consultation. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of a man confronting truths he had long hoped to avoid. "It concerns my nephew, David. He's a good lad. Well, man now, though I still think of him as the boy who used to spend summers at our country estate, helping the groundskeeper tend the rose gardens and reading adventure stories in the library." A fond smile crossed his features at the memory. "But recently he's become entangled with a woman whose background is questionable. She claims to be an actress, though my investigations have failed to uncover any evidence of legitimate theatrical employment." The familiar pattern struck Madame Zelda with the force of a physical blow. Once again she was faced with an elderly gentleman concerned about a younger relative's involvement with a mysterious actress, worried about the implications for family inheritance and seeking supernatural guidance about decisions that would affect generations. The repetition felt less like coincidence and more like a carefully orchestrated performance in which she was being asked to play the same role again and again. "And you're concerned about how this attachment might affect David's judgment regarding family responsibility?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "Precisely. David stands to inherit not only my London property, but also substantial holdings in the countryside that have been in our family for centuries. Recently, this woman has been encouraging him to consider modernising these assets, converting the estate into what she calls a retreat for artistic souls, essentially turning our ancestral home into a boarding house for actors and painters and other bohemian types." Mr. Hartley's distaste for this possibility was evident in every word. "I've been considering making certain adjustments to my will to ensure that such innovations cannot be implemented." Madame Zelda found herself remembering Poirot's prediction that Mr. Hartley would present exactly this sort of situation. and she felt a growing certainty that she was witnessing not supernatural coincidence, but human manipulation on a scale that defied her understanding. Yet even as her rational mind grappled with this possibility, she couldn't ignore the familiar warmth that was beginning to emanate from the ebony box, or the whispered voices that seemed to be growing stronger as the consultation progressed. "Have you discussed these concerns with your legal advisor?" she asked, testing whether Mr. Hartley would mention the same solicitor who had handled both Lord Pembroke's and Mrs. Whitmore's final arrangements. "Indeed, I have an appointment with Mr. Blackwood tomorrow morning. He suggested several strategies for ensuring that David's inheritance includes appropriate safeguards against unfortunate influences." Mr. Hartley paused, his expression growing more troubled, though I confess I'm somewhat concerned about the urgency Mr. Blackwood has recommended. He seems to feel that such arrangements should be implemented with considerable haste. The mention of Blackwood sent a chill through Madame Zelda that had nothing to do with the November fog pressing against her windows. Here was the final confirmation of the pattern that Poirot had identified. 3 elderly clients, 3 mysterious actresses, 3 inheritance concerns, and 3 urgent consultations with the same legal firm that specialised in rapid implementation of estate planning changes. Despite her growing certainty that human rather than supernatural forces were orchestrating these events, she felt compelled to reach for the ebony box. The moment her fingers touched the smooth wood, she experienced that familiar warmth pulsing through the surface like a slow, steady heartbeat. Whatever was happening, the crimson-bordered cards remained eager to participate in the unfolding drama. "Perhaps the cards might offer some insight into your situation," she said, her voice taking on the dreamy quality that seemed to accompany her most significant readings. "Though I should warn you that this particular deck sometimes reveals information that goes beyond what we expect or hope to hear." Mr. Hartley nodded with the brave resignation of someone who had decided that uncertainty was more frightening than potentially unwelcome truth. "I'm prepared for whatever guidance the cards might provide, Madame Zelda. Recent tragedies in our social circle have reminded me that life can change with shocking suddenness." The ebony box opened with its familiar whisper, revealing the crimson-bordered cards nestled in their midnight blue velvet. The moment the deck was exposed to the candlelight, Madame Zelda felt that strange warmth intensify, and she could swear she heard the voices speaking in harmonious chorus, though their words remained just beyond the edge of comprehension. As she lifted the cards from their resting place, she noticed immediately that they felt different tonight. Cooler than usual, less responsive to her handling, almost reluctant to be shuffled. The crimson borders that usually caught the light and threw it back in dancing patterns seemed muted, as if the deck were somehow aware that it was being observed by hostile eyes. "Please concentrate on your question about David and his romantic attachment," she instructed, though her voice lacked its usual confidence. "Think about the decisions you face regarding your inheritance planning and the influence this woman might have on your family's legacy." Mr. Hartley leaned forward with the focused attention of someone seeking answers to questions that had been troubling his peace for weeks. But as Madame Zelda began to deal the cards in her customary past-present-future arrangement, she felt something unprecedented happening. The deck was resisting her. The first card she attempted to turn seemed to stick to the table's velvet surface, requiring unusual effort to lift. When it finally came free, revealing the traditional image of the fool, the crimson border appeared faded, almost grey, as if the card were reluctant to participate in this particular reading. "The foundation of your situation," she began, but found herself struggling to access the flow of insight that usually accompanied her successful consultations. "The fool suggests new beginnings, perhaps, or unexpected developments." Her voice trailed off as she reached for the second card, which proved even more resistant than the first. When she finally managed to turn it over, revealing the 3 of Cups, the image seemed oddly flat, lacking the vibrant detail that usually characterized the deck's distinctive artwork. It was at this moment that a new sound interrupted the consultation. Careful footsteps on the staircase, followed by a gentle knock at her door. Before she could respond, the door opened to reveal not Mrs. Pemberton, but Hercule Poirot himself, accompanied by a tall, distinguished gentleman in a dark overcoat who carried himself with unmistakable authority. "Forgive the interruption," Poirot said, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction that suggested events were unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. "But I believe Mr. Hartley would be most interested to meet Inspector Bradshaw of Scotland Yard, who has some fascinating information to share about recent developments in the investigation of Lord Pembroke's and Mrs. Whitmore's deaths." Mr. Hartley rose from his chair with the careful movements of someone suddenly uncertain about his position in rapidly changing circumstances. "Inspector Bradshaw? I wasn't aware that Lord Pembroke's accident was being investigated as anything other than a tragic mishap." Inspector Bradshaw, a lean man with intelligent eyes and the sort of presence that commanded attention, without requiring dramatic gestures, moved into the candle-lit room with the measured confidence of someone accustomed to delivering significant news. "I'm afraid, Mr. Hartley, that both deaths have proven to be considerably more complex than they initially appeared. In fact, we have strong evidence suggesting that both Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore were murdered." The word "murdered" seemed to hang in the air like incense smoke, heavy with implications that transformed the comfortable consulting room into something approaching a crime scene. Madame Zelda felt the familiar warmth draining from the ebony box, as if the cards were retreating from contact with such stark realities. Murdered? Mr. Hartley's voice carried the shock of someone whose carefully ordered world had just been revealed to contain depths of violence he had never imagined. But surely Lord Pembroke fell down his own staircase, and Mrs. Whitmore perished in a house fire. How could such accidents be anything other than tragic misfortunes? Poirot moved to the table where the partially completed card spread lay abandoned, his keen eyes studying the resistant cards with obvious interest. "Ah, but you see, mon ami, when we begin to examine the details more closely, we discover that neither death was quite as accidental as it first appeared. Lord Pembroke's fall, for instance, occurred on stairs that had been carefully polished with a substance that made them dangerously slippery. And Mrs. Whitmore's fire began in a study where certain modifications had been made to ensure rapid and complete combustion." Inspector Bradshaw consulted a small notebook with the methodical precision of someone presenting evidence that had been carefully gathered and verified. "More significantly, we have discovered that both victims had recently made substantial changes to their wills, changes that were implemented by the same legal firm with unusual haste and secrecy." "Blackwood and Associates," Mr. Hartley said quietly, his face growing pale as the implications of this revelation settled over him like a suffocating fog. "Precisely. And our investigation of Mr. Blackwood's recent activities has revealed some most interesting patterns." Poirot lifted one of the cards from Madame Zelda's table, studying its muted crimson border with obvious curiosity. "It appears that Mr. Blackwood has been systematically identifying elderly clients with substantial estates and complicated family relationships, then arranging for them to encounter difficulties that result in rapid changes to their inheritance planning." The room seemed to grow colder, though the coal fire burned steadily in its grate. Madame Zelda found herself thinking not of supernatural forces, but of human greed and manipulation, of elaborate deceptions designed to make her an unwitting accomplice in murder. Yet even as this rational explanation offered itself, she couldn't ignore the physical evidence of the deck's otherworldly properties, the way the cards had resisted tonight's reading, as if they were somehow aware that they were being used for purposes beyond their intended function. "But how do the fortune-telling consultations fit into this scheme?" Mr. Hartley asked, his voice carrying the bewilderment of someone struggling to understand how mystical predictions could be connected to systematic murder. Inspector Bradshaw exchanged a meaningful glance with Poirot before continuing his explanation. "It appears that Mr. Blackwood has been using advanced knowledge of his client's personal circumstances to orchestrate these consultations. He provides detailed information about each victim's family situation to an associate, who then poses as a mysterious actress to create the romantic complications that drive the elderly relatives to seek supernatural guidance." The revelation struck Madame Zelda like a physical blow. the mysterious actresses that had troubled all three of her clients were not separate individuals but manifestations of the same elaborate deception, carefully crafted to create identical scenarios that would drive wealthy elderly men to seek both legal and supernatural assistance with their inheritance concerns. And during the fortune-telling consultations, Poirot continued, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of someone explaining a complex mechanism, certain suggestions are made that encourage rapid implementation of will changes, while the accuracy of supernatural predictions creates psychological pressure that makes the victims more susceptible to whatever fate has been planned for them. Mr. Hartley sank back into his chair with the expression of someone whose understanding of reality had been fundamentally altered. "You're saying that Madame Zelda has been deliberately participating in these murders?" "Not deliberately, I think," Poirot said, his tone carrying the sort of gentle certainty that characterized his approach to revealing uncomfortable truths. "I believe Madame Zelda has been as much a victim of this deception as anyone else. The supernatural accuracy of her predictions was achieved not through mystical powers but through careful advance planning that ensured the card's prophecies would be fulfilled exactly as predicted." As if responding to this explanation, the ebony box seemed to pulse one final time with that familiar warmth, and Madame Zelda heard the whispered voices speaking with unprecedented clarity. "The truth is revealed, but the danger remains. Beware the one who orchestrates endings." The warning sent a chill through the assembled group that had nothing to do with supernatural dread, and everything to do with the sudden realization that if Blackwood was indeed orchestrating systematic murder, then Mr. Hartley's presence here tonight meant that another carefully planned tragedy was already in motion, and they might have very little time to prevent it from reaching its inevitable, deadly conclusion. The revelation of Blackwood's conspiracy had transformed Madame Zelda's consulting room from a sanctuary of mystical contemplation into something resembling a war council, with maps of London's legal districts spread across her velvet-covered table, and urgent whispered conferences replacing the gentler theorem of supernatural consultation. The November fog pressed against her windows with renewed persistence, as if the city itself were holding its breath, while the forces of justice prepared to confront systematic murder, disguised as tragic coincidence. Inspector Bradshaw had dispatched constables to monitor the offices of Blackwood and Associates, while Poirot applied his methodical genius to the task of predicting exactly when and how the next phase of the conspiracy would unfold. Mr. Hartley, still pale from the shock of learning he had been marked for elimination, sat beside the cold fireplace with the expression of someone whose comfortable understanding of London society had been permanently shattered. "The pattern is quite clear now," Poirot explained, his accent lending musical precision to words chosen with careful deliberation. Blackwood identifies wealthy elderly clients with complicated family situations, then arranges for them to encounter romantic difficulties that drive them to seek both legal and supernatural assistance. The fortune-telling consultations create psychological pressure that makes rapid will changes seem both urgent and inevitable. Madame Zelda found herself studying the ebony box that had been central to her unwitting participation in these elaborate deceptions. Even now, with rational explanations for the card's supernatural accuracy, she couldn't quite dismiss the memory of whispered voices and crimson borders that pulsed with their own inner light. Something about the deck remained genuinely mysterious, as if human manipulation had been layered over older, deeper forces that operated according to rules no amount of logical analysis could fully explain. "But how does Blackwood arrange the actual murders?" Mr. Hartley asked, his voice carrying the bewilderment of someone struggling to understand how mystical predictions could be transformed into lethal reality. Surely he cannot control when his clients will fall down staircases or perish in house fires. Inspector Bradshaw consulted his notebook with the methodical precision that characterized all his investigative work. "Our examination of both crime scenes has revealed extensive evidence of preparation. Lord Pembroke's staircase had been treated with a substance that made the marble steps dangerously slippery, while Mrs. Whitmore's study contained accelerants that ensured rapid combustion once a fire was started, and the timing—" Poirot's moustache twitched with the satisfaction of someone whose theories were being confirmed by accumulating evidence. The predictions that these tragedies would occur exactly 3 days after each consultation were not supernatural insight but advanced knowledge of a predetermined schedule. The explanation was logical, thorough, and completely convincing. Yet as Madame Zelda listened to the rational dissection of events she had experienced as supernatural manifestations, she felt a growing certainty that some essential element was being overlooked in the rush to attribute everything to human conspiracy. The crimson-bordered cards had exhibited behaviours that went beyond anything Blackwood's planning could have arranged. The way they rearranged themselves when she wasn't looking, the whispered voices that spoke in languages she didn't recognise, the warmth that seemed to emanate from their very essence. "There's something else," she said quietly, her voice cutting through the discussion with the sort of certainty that made everyone in the room pause to listen. The cards themselves. Even if Blackwood arranged for the predictions to come true, that doesn't explain how the deck knew what predictions to make in the first place. Poirot moved to the table and lifted the ebony box with the careful attention of someone examining crucial evidence. "An interesting point, mademoiselle. Perhaps you would be so kind as to demonstrate exactly how these remarkable predictions were generated. If we are to prevent Mr. Hartley from suffering the same fate as your previous clients, we must understand every aspect of the methods being employed." The request filled Madame Zelda with the same dread she had experienced earlier when the cards had resisted Mr. Hartley's consultation. Something about the deck's behaviour tonight suggested that it was aware of the scrutiny being directed toward it, and that it might not respond favourably to being treated as mere evidence in a criminal investigation. Nevertheless, she opened the box with trembling fingers, revealing the crimson-bordered cards in their velvet nest. The moment the deck was exposed to the candlelight, she felt that familiar warmth beginning to build, though it seemed more subdued than usual, as if the cards were exercising unusual restraint in the presence of so many sceptical observers. The deck has always seemed unusually responsive to the emotional state of both the reader and the subject, she explained, lifting the cards with hands that shook only slightly. Sometimes it appears to know things that haven't been explicitly communicated during the consultation. As she began to shuffle, something unprecedented occurred. The cards seemed to sort themselves according to some predetermined pattern, with certain combinations moving to specific positions without any conscious direction from her handling. The death card appeared at the top of the deck, followed immediately by the tower, then by a card she had never seen before, one that bore no traditional tarot imagery, but instead showed only a crimson background with silver text that read, "The Truth Revealed." Poirot leaned forward with intense curiosity as Madame Zelda laid out this unexpected spread. "Most fascinating. I don't believe that card exists in any standard tarot deck, does it?" She shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've never seen it before. But look at the text. It's appearing in English, though I could have sworn it was written in some other language just a moment ago." As they watched in silent amazement, the silver text on the mysterious card began to shift and change, forming new words that seemed to write themselves across the crimson surface. "Blackwood arrives. Danger immediate. Trust the one who sees patterns." The supernatural manifestation sent a chill through the assembled group that had nothing to do with the November fog pressing against the windows. Even Inspector Bradshaw, whose professional scepticism had been thoroughly trained by years of dealing with criminal deception, found himself staring at the self-writing card with the expression of someone whose understanding of reality was being fundamentally challenged. "Mon Dieu," Poirot murmured, his usual composure shaken by this demonstration of forces that defied logical explanation. "It would appear that your deck possesses capabilities that go considerably beyond anything human manipulation could arrange." Before anyone could respond to this observation, the sound of urgent footsteps on the staircase announced the arrival of someone who had not been invited to participate in their impromptu council of war. Mrs. Pemberton's voice carried a note of confusion as she called up from the landing, "Madame Zelda, Mr. Blackwood is here, and he says he has urgent business that cannot wait until morning." The announcement struck the room like a physical blow. Inspector Bradshaw immediately moved toward the door, his hand resting on the concealed truncheon that marked his professional preparedness for violent encounters. Poirot's eyes took on the sharp focus of a hunter who had detected his quarry approaching the carefully prepared trap. "Most convenient," Poirot said quietly, his voice carrying the sort of deadly calm that preceded moments of significant action. "It would appear that Mr. Blackwood has decided to accelerate his schedule, perhaps because he has become aware that his methods are under investigation." The sound of confident footsteps ascending the narrow staircase grew closer, accompanied by Mrs. Pemberton's increasingly agitated voice as she attempted to delay the unwelcome visitor. "Sir, I really must insist that you wait until I've announced your arrival properly. Madame Zelda is currently engaged with other clients, and I'm certain she would prefer to schedule your consultation at a more convenient time." "I'm afraid this cannot wait, Mrs. Pemberton," came the reply, in a voice that carried the sort of authority accustomed to having its demands met without question. "Recent developments have made it essential that I speak with Madame Zelda immediately about certain mutual interests that require urgent resolution." Mr. Blackwood appeared in the doorway like a figure from a nightmare disguised as respectability. He was a man of perhaps 55 years, with silver hair and the sort of distinguished bearing that had made him successful in a profession requiring the absolute trust of wealthy clients. His evening dress was impeccable, and he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had never questioned his right to manipulate others for personal advantage. But there was something in his pale eyes that revealed the calculating intelligence of a predator who had built his entire career on identifying and exploiting human weakness. As his gaze moved around the room, taking in the assembled group and the spread of cards on the table, his expression shifted from confident authority to something approaching deadly alertness. "Inspector Bradshaw," he said with the sort of false warmth that characterized someone accustomed to maintaining appearances under pressure. "How unexpected to find you here. I trust your investigation of these recent tragic accidents is proceeding satisfactorily." "Indeed it is, Mr. Blackwood," Inspector Bradshaw replied, his voice carrying the sort of professional courtesy that barely concealed active hostility. "In fact, your arrival is most fortuitous. We have several questions about your recent legal work that might benefit from your immediate clarification." Blackwood's eyes moved to the table where the mysterious card continued to display its supernatural warnings in shifting silver text. For just a moment, his carefully maintained composure slipped, revealing something that might have been genuine fear beneath the surface of professional confidence. "How fascinating," he said, his voice taking on a quality that suggested he was seeing something he had not expected to encounter. "I was told that Madame Zelda possessed certain unusual capabilities, but I confess I had attributed such reports to the sort of exaggeration that typically surrounds fortune-telling establishments." Poirot stepped forward with the measured precision of someone revealing a carefully prepared trap. "Perhaps you would be interested to know, Monsieur Blackwood, that we have uncovered extensive evidence of your involvement in the systematic murder of your own clients." The accidents that befell Lord Pembroke and Mrs. Whitmore were not tragic coincidences, but carefully orchestrated eliminations designed to benefit your financial interests. Blackwood's reaction to this accusation was not the shock or denial that might have been expected from an innocent man falsely accused, but rather the calculating assessment of someone whose plans had encountered an unexpected obstacle. His hand moved almost imperceptibly toward his coat pocket, a gesture that did not escape Inspector Bradshaw's trained observation. "Gentlemen," Blackwood said, his voice taking on the sort of reasonable tone that suggested someone prepared to negotiate terms rather than deny culpability, "I think you may have formed some unfortunate misconceptions about recent events. Perhaps we might discuss this matter more privately, without involving civilians who might be distressed by such serious accusations." As he spoke, the crimson-bordered cards on the table began to exhibit unprecedented behaviour. The death cards started to glow with an inner light that had nothing to do with the candles or gas lamp, while the tower card seemed to vibrate with increasing intensity. Most disturbingly, the mysterious card bearing supernatural warnings began to display new text in letters that seemed to burn themselves across its surface. "He carries poison. Death in minutes. Act now." The warning galvanized Inspector Bradshaw into immediate action. "Mr. Blackwood, I must ask you to place your hands where I can see them and submit to a search of your person. You are under suspicion of multiple murders, and I have reason to believe you may be carrying dangerous substances." Blackwood's response was swift and decisive. His hand emerged from his coat pocket, clutching a small vial filled with clear liquid, which he raised toward his lips with the desperate determination of someone prepared to choose death over capture. "I think not, Inspector. Some secrets are too valuable to be shared with representatives of official justice." Before he could complete this final, fatal gesture, the supernatural forces that had been building in the room throughout the evening suddenly manifested with unprecedented power. The entire deck of crimson-bordered cards erupted from the table in a swirling vortex of red and silver light, forming a barrier between Blackwood and his intended suicide that knocked the poison vial from his hands to shatter harmlessly on the floor. The display lasted only moments, but its effect was permanent. When the cards settled back onto the table in a neat stack, Blackwood stood paralyzed with the expression of someone whose understanding of reality had been fundamentally destroyed. Inspector Bradshaw moved quickly to secure the would-be suicide, while Poirot examined the broken vial with obvious satisfaction. Cyanide, I would estimate. Poirot observed his voice carrying the sort of professional interest that characterized his approach to all forms of evidence. Quick, relatively painless, and completely effective, Mr. Blackwood appears to have been prepared for the possibility that his conspiracy might be discovered. As Inspector Bradshaw led the captured conspirator away, still too shocked by his supernatural encounter to offer any resistance, the consulting room gradually returned to something approaching normal atmosphere. The mysterious card that had provided crucial warnings began to fade, its silver text dissolving until only blank crimson remained, and the other cards settled into their familiar quiescence. Mr. Hartley, who had witnessed the entire confrontation with the amazed expression of someone whose life had just been saved by forces beyond rational explanation, turned to Madame Zelda with genuine gratitude. "It would appear that your cards possess capabilities that go far beyond fortune-telling, Madame, without their intervention. I suspect we might all have been in considerably more danger than we realized." Madame Zelda nodded, though she found herself thinking not of supernatural salvation, but of the curse of the Scarlet Tarot complex relationship between human evil and mystical forces that seemed to operate according to rules no amount of logical analysis could fully comprehend. The crimson-bordered deck had proven itself capable of both predicting and preventing tragedy, suggesting that its powers were neither purely benevolent nor completely neutral. "The deck came to me from a dying woman who warned me that it showed the truth, but that truth had a way of making itself real," she said quietly. "I think she was trying to tell me that some mysteries are too deep for human understanding, even when they choose to manifest themselves in our world." Poirot gathered his coat and hat with the satisfied movements of someone whose intellectual curiosity had been thoroughly satisfied by recent events. "A most fascinating case, mademoiselle. I confess myself uncertain whether we have witnessed genuine supernatural intervention, or simply the sort of extraordinary coincidence that occasionally makes even rational men question their assumptions about the nature of reality." As the last of the official investigators departed, leaving Madame Zelda alone with her thoughts and the now quiet deck of cards, she found herself considering the future of her consulting practice. The events of recent weeks had taught her that the crimson-bordered deck was far more than a simple tool for entertainment, or even genuine divination. It was a conduit for forces that operated according to rules that transcended human understanding, capable of both revealing and shaping the future in ways that demanded profound respect. She opened the ebony box one final time, studying the cards that lay peacefully in their velvet nest. The mysterious card that had provided crucial warnings was gone, as if it had never existed. But something in the way the remaining cards arranged themselves suggested that their story was far from over. Outside her window, the November fog was beginning to lift, revealing a London awakening to morning light and the comfortable rhythms of ordinary life, but Madame Zelda knew that her own existence had been permanently changed by her encounter with forces that reminded her that some mysteries were too deep for human understanding, even when they chose to manifest themselves in the everyday world of gas lamps and consulting rooms and the eternal dance between truth and deception that characterised life in the great city. The crimson-bordered cards would remain, waiting patiently for their next opportunity to demonstrate that reality contained depths that defied rational explanation, and that sometimes the most important truths could only be perceived by those brave enough to look beyond the comfortable boundaries of the visible world into the shadows where genuine magic still held sway over the affairs of mortals. And so we reach the end of our tale from the fog-wrapped streets of 1929, London, where gas lamps cast their gentle glow and mysteries unfolded in consulting rooms filled with candlelight and whispered secrets. The curse of the Scarlet Tarot proved to be both human conspiracy and something far more ancient. A reminder that even in our modern world, forces beyond our understanding continue to shape the stories we tell, and the lives we live. Madame Zelda continues her practice in Grosvenor Square, though she approaches her crimson-bordered deck with newfound respect for the powers it contains. Sometimes, on particularly foggy evenings when the city seems wrapped in dreams, neighbours report seeing unusual lights flickering in her consulting room windows and the sound of voices speaking in languages that existed long before London's rose from the Thames marshes. Mr. Hartley has returned to his roses and his library, though he now pays considerably more attention to the young people in his care, understanding that love and legacy require wisdom. Rather than mere suspicion, Inspector Bradshaw received commendation for his work on the Blackwood case, though his official reports made no mention of supernatural intervention. And Hercule Poirot returned to Belgium carrying with him questions about the nature of truth that would influence his methods for years to come. As for the cards themselves, they rest quietly in their ebony box, their crimson borders, holding secrets that span centuries and mysteries that may never be fully understood. But on certain nights when the fog rolls in from the Thames and London settles into the peaceful rhythm of sleep, those who listen carefully might still hear them whispering their ancient truths to anyone brave enough to seek guidance from the shadows. Thank you for joining me in this quiet corner of history, where the supernatural and the logical dance together in the gaslit streets of London. May your own dreams be filled with gentle mysteries and peaceful revelations. Until our next midnight tale, sleep well, and remember that sometimes the most extraordinary magic happens in the most ordinary moments, when we're brave enough to look beyond the visible world into the spaces where wonder still dwells. Sweet dream.